Okay, we should be about to ready to do it. The question is, do I do another spin? We're gonna froth a little bit more. The stream looks fine with 4. Yeah, we'll leave it at 4K then. I think the reason it's 4K is because we were having problems with this home internet that I have here at higher. Anyway, boom. Unhandled expression type 59. Which is asked utility. Okay, that's bad news bears. This asked utility is a thing that I did for improving. So like I said, I've been in the mood lately to improve on things that are annoying. And one of the things that were annoying had to do with these unary dereference enums. And so I powered up the handling of those. But that involved, let's say, adding some temporary nodes into the syntax tree that then have to get handled later. And in this case, it is apparently not getting handled later. So, it's been like a week and a half since I added this, so maybe I don't even remember. So let's just break at the error. We'll get the node type. Okay. Make sure we're running on this. All right. Boom. We look at the serial number. There it is. Guys, by the way, is Twitch just straight up dying at this point? Like every time I go on, the numbers are lower. Like I went, for some reason it tells you total number of people on a channel, and I was like, when you put in the category as a streamer or something, and there were only, right before I started the stream, there were like 960 people in the software channel entirely. I feel like Twitch is just sliding into ruin. But I have frothy milk chai, so I'm fine. Maybe because of summertime? I don't think so, because you would have seen this on previous summers. Turns out people don't like getting their pay split. That is true. They do not. Okay, so we have this node number, which I can use to locate the position where this is being created, which happens in check that types match for the unary enum. but I can step up a couple and see who's calling that. Okay. So we're doing this. So now there's a function like detect and handle. Okay, wait, silent check is true. Oh, okay. Silent check dummy, be careful with this and read the comment. That's a classic variable name. Let's go read the comment. Because there is no non-assignment primitive operator that takes a struct or array literal as an argument. This should have to be, so any struct array here is automatically an error. Okay. So what this is, I'm still not sure. See, the comment doesn't explain why we're doing the silent check in the first place. Silent check means that if type matching fails, don't report an error. But it also kind of means, hey, we're doing overload resolution right now. And that came into play when doing this enum thing. But we're not doing overload resolution. And so we need to pass that for now. And maybe later this is a hint that I should restructure the code. Oh. Wait, what? So I need to pass a yield upon here. Dude. Oh, wait, what? That was the wrong overload anyway. God damn it. All right, so overloads are not that great. So we're doing this one. Expression A, expression B, back channel, yield upon. This doesn't take any outer flags. Well, now it does. So, you know, we have this main function, and then we have these convenience functions that call into it. Oh, great. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Hey, we fixed the bug. What am I making? Chai latte. See, that variable name probably saved me at least 10 minutes of debugging, possibly a lot more. This looks like it's working. How much do I think I could reduce the compiler's size if I had infinite time? Not that much. Not that much. It's hard. Making code smaller is hard when it is written reasonably. Now, if you wrote it like you were Microsoft or somebody, you know, for most software, the answer is you could make it 10 times smaller or 100 times smaller or 1,000 times smaller, depending on who wrote it. But this was already a relatively lean, right? I mean, you know, most people can't make compilers in less than millions of lines of code. I haven't counted lines in like a year, so let's just even see where we're at. We might have some junk files like source copies. Hold on. So we could even delete this, by the way. Why is this taking so long? How is clock so goddamn slow? So yeah, we're under 100,000 lines, and 20% of that is just tables for the assembler of what all the instructions are. So really, you know, we're at like 75,000 lines. If you count code, right? Not comments and stuff. So, you know, given that other compilers are millions of lines, we're doing okay. Now, that said, we don't have an optimizer yet. But an optimizer would not, you know, double the size of the compiler or anything. What is my thought process while writing tests? My process is, I want to catch this bug, so let me write the test that will catch the bug. Yeah, I mean, we support a very large feature set for this size of code, if I'm being honest. It's kind of nuts what we do. Kind of nuts. If we were to open source this today, instantly it would be like 3 times as many lines of code, because that's just what happens when you have people work on stuff. All right. So I believe Sokoban compiled successfully. Yeah. So we are good on that bug fix. Fixed, unhandled. Oh, who's the error? I'll just say unhandled expression error in some cases of unknown type enums newly introduced by the changes in beta 067. Right, it was there, right? No, 066. Coolio. All right, we got another one. Actually, let's check this in. Take the W. Take the W mobile. Oh, look, there's RP malloc stuff, and yeah, it's fine. Okay. GCC is 15 million lines. Yeah, now it's not a totally fair comparison because GCC does a lot of programming languages, right? But you could look at Clang, which does less than GCC, and see how many lines that is. And also the theory behind handling a lot of languages in the same compiler is you can share a lot of components of the compiler. I don't think it really works out that well, but yeah. Anyway, if I were to answer the question, if I had a lot of time, like if I had 5 years to just make the compiler small, but not pathologically, not like compressing the files and dynamically uncompressing them as you compile, and not like renaming all the variables to be like A, but you know, smaller in terms of realistic lines of code. If I had 5 years, I feel like 15% shrinkage. It's not worth spending 5 years doing that, right? Now I could be wrong about that, but you know, I feel like that's roughly correct. How much benefit do you get from having most modules in user space? I mean, that's just the right way to do things though, right? Like the way these decisions are made by me is just anything that would have a large impact on either compile speed or stability goes below the line, goes in as a compiler feature, right? But anything that people might benefit from a lot of versatility and that isn't necessarily slow unless you use it in a very slow way and whatever, all that stuff can go above the line. And you know, ideally you give people as much flexibility as possible, which is why all the modules are what they are. Yeah, I mean, Casey, I was talking to Casey about this some years ago, and he would want almost the entire compiler in user space, right? And my opinion about that is just, it's hard. It's hard to do that. Like, I don't necessarily know how to do that without making things really slow. So I'm drawing the line where I know how to draw it. Also, would that include all the code for all the architectures it handles? Yeah, probably. It still should not be 15 million lines, though. Okay. So we have this simple thing, which is like, hey, there's no semicolon and it still compiles. Which is a relatively minor bug in the grand scheme of things, but technically we should know that there's no fucking semicolon there. Right? Now, semicolon handling, I will say, should be easy. It is kind of a clusterfuck in our parser. And I just haven't wanted to rewrite it. It actually, I did make some good improvements to it a while back, but it still is what it is. So I'm just going to look to see if I can see the problem. So like if this is an if statement, actually, if this is just an if-x without the declaration, how's that? Still compiles. Okay, more minimal. How about this? Okay. So here's the thing is this is an expression, right? So I might have been confused one day and flagged it because it's an expression. Let's see. Let's see. Guys, honestly, I'm just not in a great mood tonight. So I might end the stream eventually. Who knows? You know, I get moody sometimes. It's the way it is. All right, so does not need, we have this statement does not need semicolon flag that we set on things, and that's how higher levels of the parser know whether to expect a semicolon or not. That's the directive version. Parse if statement or expression. Okay. So, is there a thing here that says it doesn't need, do we just like blanket flag it? All right, I'm just going to break in here and see what's going on because I don't know. I don't know. Um, okay. Now the problem is there may be other if statements on line 2. Let's see. Is if x false? Yeah, so we're not even in the right place. Oh, we're running in the wrong program. But that still means is if x false. True. I think this is the right one. Yep. Okay. So doesn't have any flags yet. Want to talk about it? No, it's nothing like that. It's just like sometimes I get moody, and that's just how it is. I was in a great mood when I woke up this morning. I had a lot of energy. Now I just kind of don't, you know? And I'm in a little bit of a bad mood. Is it for any reason? Not really. So yeah, that's just like one of the things. It's kind of I don't want to overuse the phrase that something's a superpower, but it is kind of a superpower when you realize that the way that you feel is just the way that you feel. It doesn't actually matter that much. Um, Now that said, it's nice to feel good, right? And so, when I feel this way, sometimes I give myself a little bit of what would you call it? Just a little bit of you know, do something a little extra fun, take a little extra care of myself or something, right? Um, okay, need semicolon is still true here. And expression flags is not set. This is curious. Wait, we just set it to false here. What? Oh. Because yeah, I think this should be handled by the actual expression. There we were thinking, oh, there's curly braces and stuff. But yeah, so, I was like, hey, maybe. So now that I've commented this out, we have to go set the flagging correctly. I was like, hey, maybe if I stream, I'll be in a little bit better mood. And I probably was for like 10 minutes. And then now I'm not. I seem to worry about people stealing. You would too if people did it to you for years, like consistently. You would too. How many witness clones? Actual witness clones. I don't think there are any. Um, Things that are inspired by it in good ways, I think there's quite a few. Do I find myself efficient at writing code, debugging while streaming? I'm more efficient when I'm not streaming by a wide margin sometimes. But it's just a way to change things up and have them be a little bit different. Yeah. So um, right. So because we commented this out, we do this, and we're going to go here. And just see what we do there. Let's go look at the actual thing. Yeah. I mean, this is a pretty normal if statement with a block and a block, right? And so when we do the else block, okay, we're already factoring out the place. There's some big lightning scaring kids outside. Okay, so I'm trying to think how to do this without making it more gnarly complicated. Because so, you have an if statement. If you use braces around the last block, you don't need a semicolon, right? The confusion comes in if there's no braces and we parse a statement there. Um, I believe we flag it. No, maybe we don't. It's like, does the statement eat the semicolon or not? Right? And if it does, how do you know that it did that? And so I think I was being a little bit loosey-goosey with not worrying about it and leniently, allowing no semicolon in some cases. I vaguely remember making that decision just to be expedient back in the day, but we should be serious about that. Yeah, so in the else block, we do the same thing here. And we know it's braces because we peaked it. So one thing we could do is just okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to solve this problem just for the braces case, which is the current case. And then once we've done that successfully, we'll go onward, and then we'll probably hit an if statement with something that has a statement without braces, and we'll deal with that separately as well. Right? So here's where we're going to go. We're going to go what is this 8 semicolon? I don't... This semicolon stuff is a mess and we should deal with it better. Yes, true. This is wrong as well. Oh no, because this is the else clause. All right. Here's what we're going to do. Rather than introducing another variable, I'm going to say 8 semicolon equals true. This is actually a lie. We are just saying we don't need a semicolon. All right. We might want to change the name of that later. Okay. If we see this, we definitely don't need a semicolon. Oh, wait. Not equal to brace. What? I was looking at this the whole time, and my brain was saying equal to brace. Ah, fuck. We're going to do that. Why am I typing this? It's literally right here. Okay. So if we have an else block, we know for sure that's the last thing in the if statement. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see what happens. Semicolon expected after expression, and we're highlighting the semicolon. But like I said, see, we got past that thing, which was at line 4 something, 465. We got up to line 531, and now there's no braces. And like I said, I was like, maybe we flag it. Let's just check. So there's no else. So I feel like this should fire, except maybe this ain't flagged, right? This else flags is only needed down here. Yeah, for a project this size, this compiler, a project of this size and this complexity where we are shipping updates to people frequently, tests are absolutely necessary. If we didn't have tests that we run all the time, the project would have failed already. Like, because everybody would be pissed off at stuff breaking all the time. You know, sometimes things still break because we don't have coverage for everything, but then we discover in that process that we were missing coverage there, and then we add those tests. But if we didn't have a bunch of external beta testers using the compiler, then tests are way less important because, like, if we were just building our game, the game is the test, right? So it depends. It depends on what you're doing, what you need. Okay. So I'm a little dismayed, I guess. Because the purpose of this, let's verify that this is the problem. So we're just going to run again. We're going to disable this for a second because we have a new statement here, right? So okay, and now we can go here. New if statement. Yeah, in a compiler like this, it is very easy to inadvertently break something you weren't even thinking about, right? You just can't know all the time. Let's look at the if statement. Right, so it's this thing. We could change that to the new fancy dereference operator. Right, so we don't have a keyword then, we just have this without the keyword. So we're going to parse this. Parsing a block. In reality, it's a one-word statement, but okay. Yeah, we're not in an eat up my space for a second thinking about something else. Okay. Needs semicolon. True. So once we get this, yeah, we don't flag it anywhere in here. So the question is, do we flag it when we eat the semicolon? It is a break, control. And there's going to be no target ident. Flags is 0. We make sure we have a semicolon, and we do flag it. Okay, so we don't have to change that. Statement arrow flags. Boom. It is set. We add that as a statement. We set the end. Okay. Then block. Oh. Okay. See, that's what's happening. That's what's happening is we're making a block because we always, make a scope in case you declare variables or something. But the flag that tells us we ate the semicolon is not on the block. It is on the first statement in the block. I mean, we can do something real ugly for this. Or in the block parsing code. This is also ugly, but less ugly. In the block parsing code, we know if we use braces or not, right? And so we could propagate the flag up if it was a single statement block. Yeah, there's definitely, if you go on Hacker News and listen to people telling you how important tests are and whatever, most of those people are not doing anything interesting. You hear about companies with like 10-to-1 coverage of test code to actual code and whatever, and that's probably not a good thing. Right? I think there's definitely a pull because computer users are all depressed all the time. There's a pull toward how do I make my job so that I don't have to do any real work most of the time? And one way to manage that is to make your job be mostly about writing tests that are easy to write, that don't do anything that nobody cares about, but that gives you the sense of security that every test you write, your code is better, obviously, because it's passing more tests. I think that's just what happens. And then, of course, that makes people even more depressed because they deep down know they're not really doing anything, but they have to pretend to themselves that they are doing something. But like there's deep cognitive dissonance when you do that. Like you're doing that, right? I don't mean you specifically, because hopefully you're not doing that, but It's, yeah. Okay. What am I doing now? I am going to do this thing. So let's step back for a second and remind ourselves, oh, well, it's not really where we wanted to look. All right, let's just go to the parsing code. Parse block. Let's just grab that. Okay. So yeah, we already set this got braces, right? So this one, yeah, I think we're doing this just for parsing, helping purposes. So we go down here to parse one statement. Okay. Sorry. Doodaloo. It's not called block. It's called result. Okay. We got a little bit further. We got 12 lines further, guys. So these things here, now, I feel like we shouldn't need to do that. Yeah, I didn't think that would actually fix anything because nobody would get this as their, let's see what it's actually complaining about. It's the if statement itself. Line 534. Oh, it's a switch style if. Okay. So the deal is, even though the syntax for this looks like the regular if statement, it isn't. And this was also, before we just said if it's any if statement, you don't need a semicolon. This one never needs a semicolon because it always has these braces, but we don't flag it because we didn't need to flag it, right? So we're just going to do this here. That was an easy one. Okay, well, this one, we parse a compound declaration. The compound declaration might not be setting it. Now, okay, so on the one hand, this is a good illustration. On the one hand, we have several issues here. They're all kind of trivial in and of their own, but you know, sometimes you might be working on something else and it's not as trivial. But like what we're doing here is unwinding something that was a little lazy and making it more correct. And sometimes you do have to break stuff for a while, right? Like, hey, our compiler won't compile hardly any programs right now. But that's okay. It's how you make things better. It's how you get there. And one of the big problems in software is the way that people are afraid to do this. I mean, again, these are trivial problems, so they're not that bad, but the less trivial it is, the more scary it could be. And then people just don't do it. Sometimes with seemingly reasonable excuses like, we don't want to introduce bugs for our customers or whatever. But the problem is, like the real solution to that is be better at making sure bugs don't go out, right? The problem with that is as soon as you're there, your software is dying slowly because there's like no life at the core of it because you're afraid to revivify the tissue of the software, right? And that's why so much older software is the way it is, because everybody's afraid of it. So you just can't be afraid of it, right? You have to just go do the things. Okay. So when we parse compound declaration, we probably have our own semicolon thing here. Yeah, because we could put notes after it. Okay, that didn't fix the problem. That didn't fix the problem. Oh, this decal is the wrong. It's the wrong thing. Okay, actually, so when we parse compound, although okay. Hey, now we got all the way. This is our actual bug that we were not reporting this error before. Now we are reporting the error. Now, hey, look. Chances are we might fail something somewhere in here, but we're kind of most of the way through this. Oh, there's one. Oh, there's a few. They're probably you know, one case that we're not hitting. Okay. Span and map. Let's just look for things that eat semicolons. How many fails? 15. So it looks like they're not all the same. Let's just do this. Really? We're going to look for semicolons. This is compound again? Yeah. Yeah, so here we're setting, this is that local variable 8 semicolon that hopefully is doing its job. That's in the assembler. That's in the assembler. I wonder if we're hitting this one. I'm not sure this is the right thing to do. Let's just, oh, actually, we really don't know which of these would have failed. So I'm just going to, let's run the tests again. We'll see if we get 15 fails. If we do, that didn't do anything. Yeah, Windows is pretty amazing. They're trying as hard as they can to just make it worse. I don't know what they're doing. They're just making it worse and worse, but Linux is so dysfunctional that they still can't get a foothold on the desktop. It's like, oh my God. $15. Yeah, this is not doing anything. Although that also means maybe this whole block isn't doing something. So what do we do here? We can step into one of these cases. We can look at the cases, see if there's anything obvious. Okay, these two fails are the same one. That's a function call, which is weird. Because that shouldn't have its own semicolon handling. Oh, it's a for loop with a function. Okay. The deal here is that the for loop should have the same logic as the if statement, right? Although, see here we say it doesn't need a semicolon for the same reason. Like this is fucked as well, but all these are fucked. What I should do is delete all of these today, but we'll do one at a time and take the W. So don't give me this Linux. Dude, I've been using Linux since 1992. I administer a number of machines continuously, and it's a giant pain in the ass. And I was using Unix machines since 1989, before Linux existed. Don't give me this fucking shit about Linux is about the experience you create for yourself. God damn, dude. Just go jump in a very cold pool of water with all that. He's baiting me. I don't think he is, because I hear that unironically from people all the time. And they're just people who don't want to get work done, I think, really. What's the alternative? I still manage to get more work done on Windows, even though they're trying to make Windows worse every year. Like people say this shit to me like I haven't been using Linux from before they were born, right? You guys realize Linux was around from before you were born. Like if you're under 30, Linux is older than you, and it's still in the state that it's in. Anyway. Okay. So this one looks like the for loop. This one, I don't know. This one may be something about declaration handling, right? So this trailing declaration properties, right? Wait, where are we? Yeah. I don't know why we have declarations eating semicolons. So first I want to make all this correct, but at some point, like maybe people shouldn't be eating semicolons, you know? Although for declarations we do because there's notes after them, so they kind of have to, yeah. I bet that'll fix this one. Um, this one. Oh. So null is being passed in. Does anyone pass the fucking 8 semicolon? Right there we do. Okay. Now, I totally broke it. Oh, because of this. There we go. Okay, I told you it would fix that one. Okay, so we have this function call one again. Oh, that's in a for loop. All right, that's the same site. Yeah, so it looks like we have like just 2 or 3 breaks. It's really not that much. Yeah, these are all the same couple. Let's go to the for loop. So this thing, keyword for, okay. Okay. Although, I'm a little, like I said, we have for loops currently marked as not needing semicolons, so this can't be the problem. Let's just break at the error message, right? So now we can compile this up to the bug. So we need one of these tests. Let's just do this one. Okay. All right. So here we go. What expression? It's the if statement. Very weird. Wait, what if? Oh, it's this if statement out here. Okay. Here's the deal. Because we are not flagging the for loop, the if statement isn't getting the flag. The for loop, I just said, oh, it doesn't need to be flagged because blah, blah, blah. But it actually does if somebody's outside it, right? Yeah, it needs to be flagged as not needing semicolons. So, I mean, okay. What we actually should do Because we're not setting the doesn't, okay. Remember when I did the following things. Where is it? This. Okay, what we're actually going to do is we're going to have the block flag. Like if we're having blocks flag themselves, we could have him do that there. Right? So all right. Ta-da! All right, so we will still have some breaks, but we will have fewer. You don't understand how you find the thing that you're searching for so fast if your source file has 5K lines. What do you mean? What's the complaint? If you have 10 source files that are 500 lines each, how is that easier? How is it easier to search through 10 files than it is in one file? You don't know. Well, you will have to come up with an answer for that. If you're going to suggest that files should not be long. Okay. Nine. We're down to 9. Let's look at this text input. Um, 723. So we're in a macro. Oh, it's a while loop. Remember what I said about the for loop? The while loop is the same scenario. Oops, we should at least test this isolated case. Ta-da! All right. Put all your if statements in if.cpp, all your for loops in for.cpp, easy to find stuff. Yeah, that's like destructive array programming technique, right? Like, why should you have all your statements in this nested hierarchical structure? They should just be in lines by type. So the truth about structive arrays versus array of struct is it's true in a lot of cases structive array is better. However, most programs are so damn slow that either of those would be tremendously better than what it's actually doing, right? Most programs wish they had an array of structs because holy shit, they would run 10,000 times faster if they did. So don't even, like SOA versus AOS, just don't worry about that stuff unless your program is already very, very fast. Because the other thing about that is modern CPUs are better at noticing your read patterns and using the cache efficiently than older CPUs were. So, yeah. Most programs use individually heap allocated objects inside other heap allocated objects running on an interpreter. No lie detected there. No lie detected there. We got an x64. Boom, daddy. Oh, you know what? Okay. Well, everything works. Now we've just got no check-ins all over the place. Actually here, we should just be able to do that. Oh, the wind's picking up. The wind is picking up. Hell yeah. I'm in a little bit better mood again. See, it's only half an hour since I complained about being in a bad mood. That's how moods are. It's how it is. So, in fact, I think we could get rid of this. We're going to try that next. Because I think that's an older... Oh, God. No, we can't. We're going to take the W before we ever mess with this. Okay, I'm just leaving a comment there. It's already way fewer if statements than before, which is great. Oh, yeah, this one, I think we can just comment these out. Let's see. Because the block should be flagging itself. Let's recompile the test program as well, because we need to make sure, yeah. What put me in a good mood? It's just the mood changed, man. The brain chemicals sloshed the other way. The brain chemicals. responding to a text message. 1 second. Okay. Let's get the Soko band going. If I could shut off moods, would I? Probably not. No. Oh, guys, I left my car parked outside on the street. I'm going to have to remember to put that in the garage before I go to bed. Chad isn't asking what version of Unity. Totally. All right, so this was boom. Okay. Boom. And then here, we should put a, so we should put this here. It's just, it's just we don't ever actually have this case anywhere. This is for a very rare thing. If you say, if you have if, and then just a semicolon for the then clause, which honestly, or if you just have semicolons at top level. Yeah. Okay. Oops, I pasted the wrong thing. It's just this. Okay, one more quick test. But I think this ends the parser flailing that we were doing. I kind of want a nice tea with like a golden monkey, but I want to be able to sleep tonight. It's already 9 p.m. You really like how directives work? Like all the directives? That's a weird statement. That's a weird statement. What's my favorite feature? Probably the metaprogram and message queue or the compile time execution, like the way that we do it. Did I do Sokoban? Let's do it again just in case. It doesn't take long. Search for no check-ins. Ain't got none. All right, so we go here and internal revamping of the way semicolons are handled during parsing, resulting in more robust semicolon handling in some cases. Put that down there. Yeah. Okay. Are there anyone have technical questions? It's 9 p.m. Maybe I'm in the mood to just chat for a bit or something. Maybe make some I could see if I have any caffeine-free tea. I do. I know I do. Diablo 4 stream. I don't know. I'd probably rather BattleBit than Diablo 4, but we could do that. But no, seriously. Let's try to be intelligent. Anyone have intelligent questions? I'm going to try a new tea I haven't tried before. What's the most performance-intensive feature I've shipped in a game? Rewind is honestly not that hard. Just anything with graphics is much more performance-intensive. Like in Braid, even the particle systems drawing the backgrounds were way more intensive than supporting Rewind. Oof. I might not like this tea. It smells kind of like pepper. I'm not sure I like that. Am I happy with the level amount of feedback? Questions about feedback are weird to me, okay? Like, on the one hand, I'm trying to make a good programming language that I hope people in the beta appreciate. And I'm working hard to make it good, as you can see, right? It's 9 p.m. A lot of people would be out partying. I'm rewriting semicolons, okay? On the other hand, I'm not like a good doggy, right? Like, I don't live for feedback. And so when people ask me that kind of question, it's not how I operate. And I would suggest it maybe shouldn't be how you operate. Okay. Let me get back to the questions here because we got some. Wanted to know how you use compile time in Sokoban. Like, what do you use notes for? We have, for example, different categories of functions that could be called from the built-in console, right? So like some of them are commands that run in the editor and some of them are commands that run in the game and whatever. And instead of, in C++, every time you write a function, you would have to then go to a place that like registers that function, right? And have some code there that does that. And here we use a note. You put it at the end, like, developer command means this will run in the game, but only in developer mode or whatever, right? And then the metaprogram looks for functions that have those notes. It pulls them out. It looks at the argument types and inserts glue code automatically that does the correct parsing from string to those argument types and then calls the function, right? So it does some code generation and also just like registers it with the console. That's one thing. We do a bunch of things. All our entity versioning is with notes, but that's actually doesn't really use compile time execution. It's just notes. Is there anything to keep in mind when you want to render hundreds of different images in a simp get rect program? We'll just handle throwing heaps of images until you run out of GPU memory. Yeah, I mean, simp is just sort of, right now the only backend is OpenGL. OpenGL itself will handle swapping to GPU memory, if you don't have enough RAM, right? It'll swap things back and forth off there. The thing is, you don't want to do that because as soon as you start doing that, your program is just drastically slower. But simp doesn't really tell you how much GPU memory there is or anything. But most modern GPUs have so much memory, you're not going to use it up with like 100 bitmaps, right? So for the most part, I wouldn't worry about it. What type of game mode are you most happy to see someone else create? Just something interesting. Most games, like if you've played a lot of video games, most games are really boring right now, to be honest. So Notes is like a macro system. I mean, not exactly. We can go look really fast. So let's look at what we've done this on stream before, but here's our meta program. It's 1,300 lines, so not huge. we have the ability to start different builds with different options in parallel, right? Oh, hey, we could do this now. Lol. Um, we're setting just the build path and loading the files and all that stuff. If we happen to be on a video game console, here's a custom link command that we use. Which is interesting. We don't always use a custom link command, but sometimes we do. So that's a bunch of this. So we're already 400, like, a quarter of this file is just custom link commands. Setting the icon in Windows. Okay, here's our event loop. The resubmit test, I don't think we need to do that now because we have other tests for that. Although, we'll leave it in for a bit because the thing is, maybe this is the biggest program, right? This is just general message handling, maybe passing it to some systems. These are all, like I said, we have all these procs. Oh, also for the key map, right? So the key map file can refer to procedures by name, and they get looked up using notes. Like these are all different notes that we handle that tell it where to register things. These are some notes that I guess say, put this in the shaders. Manifest material, I don't know what that does. I mean, I think that's to flag. Yeah, I don't know. There's a few different things that could be. This looks a little, it's a lot of nesting just to do one thing. All right. Yeah, and then here we generate code based on all these things. We have them in different arrays because we bind them to different variables in the program. And then this is actually generating text for, like I said, we generate some glue code and stuff, which is what's happening here. And then these are just functions to set up different builds with different options. Options are not very complicated right now, right? Or is it debug, very debug, whatever. Command line argument parsing, help string, and yeah, the profiling. The profiling should use the iProf plugin now, but when this was written, we didn't do that. So we have all this custom code, but now I think we could just use the plugin. Maybe. Oh, maybe not, because we display it in game. I forgot about the tea. Hopefully it's not nasty. How am I liking the new dereference syntax after using it for a few months? It hasn't been a few months. It's been like 3 weeks at most. I've probably done one dereference in that time. So, you know. We generate ARM binaries already. It's just not totally the most straightforward thing, but we do that. Yeah, I forget how many people we had in the beta at the beginning of the year, but we're probably on track to more than double. We have about 550 people right now. I feel like we probably had like 300 or 350 at the beginning of the year. 225? Okay. So we already doubled. If that's an accurate figure. This tea is gross. Yeah, but it's around 550 right now. I'm going to slow down for a little bit on the rate of additions just because we have been getting a little bit more in the way of bug reports than I can handle in real time. But we'll speed it up again in a month or two, maybe. I have no idea what the Harvard architecture is. If it's literally from Harvard, the school, it's got to be terrible, right? Okay, this tea is not good. I don't like it. How conservatively do you use features for production code? I mean, we try to use all the features in our own stuff because otherwise, should it even exist? And or, why are we not testing it? But there is a whole thing in the tutorials that come with the language about how programmers always seem to abuse stuff way past the point where it becomes a bad idea. And please remember that and try not to do it. And we still have one or two people in the beta who just go crazy with stuff in ways that probably isn't good. But for the most part, I think people get it, you know. The IBM Automatic Sequence Controlled Calculator. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like it's from 1953. (1944). Wow. Okay. That is some early stuff. 1944. Yeah. I mean, run directives they're a little bit slow right now, and I don't think you should have 1,000 of them, right? I don't think that's a good idea. One thing I do want to do is add a performance report to the compiler. And it won't have everything, but not at the start, but it'll have stuff like how long did you spend running run directives? And how long did you spend polymorphing functions, etc. Sounds like a weekend project. It might indeed be a weekend project. I don't think this weekend because I've been a little burned out lately. Not like super burned out, but I've been burned out enough that I want to take some time off on the weekdays a little bit. And then it's like, okay, well, that's kind of what the weekends are for. That I didn't because I was doing weekend projects. So we'll see though. I try to follow the whim. Also, I'm going back to Florida next week to finally move out, or maybe this weekend. Is there another type of compile time execution that can replace run? I mean, not another type. Like the basic idea of run is great. Um, of course, the execution can be made faster by making it into a JIT thing rather than bytecode interpretation. That's one part of it. Another part of it is that we reset global variables and all of that. Um, yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. I do feel like there's different categories of runs, right? There are runs that depend on global state and set global state of the compile time program, but I feel like people usually don't want those, right? A run is usually like, hey man, I'm just generating some code and whatever. And so I think we might, um, like right now, we don't ever run them in parallel because, uh, well, because first of all, it's hard hard to make sure that works right. But secondly, um, they're maybe manipulating the same global variables of the program and stuff. And but most of them don't actually do that. Like the way people use run right now is usually I'm just generating some strings. Now that said, they're calling arbitrary code that could be setting global variables and whatever. But if you assume that the spec is that you get a clean global space for every run, then we can just make multiple copies and yeah. But there's reasons why that might not be a good idea. I don't know. Florida ain't looking good. 2024 will be. I don't think so. I think people in Florida are very happy with how the state's being run for the most part. I think Twitter is not representative of Florida. Why did the Florida experiment fail? It didn't really. Like I liked St. Petersburg. Um, if I had a ton of money that wasn't being invested in games right now, I would probably buy a place there because I think it's still super on the way up. Like you look around the area and there's some stuff that's run down and whatever, but not that much. And a lot of it's getting replaced really fast. It's like when I moved there a year and a half ago, it very obviously had this upward, good, positive energy at a time when a lot of the US did not, right? Now, a lot of the rest of the US has recovered, although parts haven't. For example, California, Seattle, etc., Portland. It just feels really good. It's a nice place. I like it. It's got a good mix of energies. It might be a little small for some people. It's not that like Tampa's right across the bridge. Tampa's not the hugest city either. Um, but it's a super chill place. Now, for me, however, I've established this life pattern where I like to go do certain kinds of dancing and just like go hard and get aggro, and that's how I get my exercise and how I have fun and stuff. And there's not that much of that there. So for me personally, well, and that maybe didn't matter in the middle of COVID when there wasn't much of that kind of event anywhere, but now that things are recovered, it's like, well, I was just missing that living there. That's really the only thing. Um, you know, during the summer it gets a little hot and humid, but if you if you're okay with that, then it's great. I think it's less humid than Austin was on average. probably. Yeah, no, I think most people in Florida are very happy with DeSantis as a political guy. I think Twitter is not representative of reality there. Now, that said, how will it swing in the presidential election? I don't exactly know. I think it depends a lot on who the candidates are. I mean, if DeSantis is the Republican candidate, he's winning Florida. Like there's no question about that, I don't think. Um, but he might not be the candidate. Go check out Punta Gorda next to Fort Myers. Yeah, I mean, there's all this stuff. So here's what I didn't. Sometimes there's parts of the USA that you don't know anything about, and you never would think about, right? But like if we go to Florida, I'll show you guys. I still have an apartment here in St. Pete's, right? Um, if you go down here, so Fort Myers, like down here is where the hurricane hit, right? Real hard. But if you go down here to like Naples and stuff, there's like a ton of like rich dude enclaves and stuff like that, and just people driving schmancy sports cars around all over the place and whatever. Like, it's sort of it's sort of the Palm Beach that people don't know about, right? So everybody knows Palm Beach is where rich people. Palm Beach, actually, I went there when I was just doing my tour of Florida. It kind of sucks. I don't know why anybody. I don't know why anyone likes Palm Beach. It sucks. Um, I stayed at the Breakers. The Breakers is a cool place to stay, but the town of Palm Beach sucks. It's horrible. Um, I don't know why it has a reputation, but like this stuff down here, like the Naples area, is like I don't know. I look at the map and I see like alligators, right? But it's just it is what it is. I've been to other countries. I've not been to other countries since COVID, really. Oh no, that's a lie. I went to Georgia last year. But that's it. Anyway, I am looking at keeping a place in Florida, but just moving somewhere cheaper. Um, just to support Florida and stay a Florida resident. Like I live around here right now, and I might move somewhere else. But yeah, it's uh, it's a fun time. Petersburg have high property tax. I don't know. I was only renting, so I never cared about any of that stuff. Wanted to watch my talk in Singapore. I don't think I have a talk in Singapore that's recorded. I've done stuff in Singapore, but I don't think it's on YouTube. I did a talk in Taiwan that's recorded. And I did a talk in Beijing that may or may not be recorded. That was recorded, but I think it's on Chinese internet mostly. Anyway. Was G-Cores? G-Cores is in China. Chinese internet is a thing? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Do we actually go to China for events still? I mean, I would. I would like to see more of China. You know, like I only was in Beijing last time. I would like to go to Shanghai. I would like to go to more countryside kind of places. I just don't have time right now. I just can't do it. Node you did proxy. Oh, there's lots of proxies. They're just not necessarily legal and whatever. Or maybe they're legal but frowned upon. I don't know what the status of it is, but it's not even like that. So everyone makes a big thing about the Great Firewall or whatever, right? And that's part of it. But also, the thing that you have to realize is that China feels much more culturally distinct from a lot of the rest of the world because the language is so different. You know, the shared history is relatively localized and stuff. Like, and so part of the Chinese internet phenomenon is that there's a firewall, but like part of it is just that if you live in China, you would rather use all the Chinese versions of stuff most of the time, with a few exceptions, because they're made for you, right? Um, so yeah, I don't know. Like, if you don't really speak English, and there's this other stuff on this other internet that's in English, why would you care? You know what I mean? Anyway. Anyway. I'm starting to get tired. We might do some gaming now. Or, you know, I did download, let's look at, I don't remember what these bugs were, but I did download these bug repros. Let's take a look. Let's not give in to gaming yet. Okay, this one is about when there are overloads, they don't show up in the struct member array. So here he's got 2 overloads of bar, but he only sees 1. I agree that that's a problem. So let's look at this for a little bit. Okay, yeah, so we only see 1 member called bar. This is in the in the members of the yes, okay. Let's take a look at this. This is not big enough. Okay, first let's make sure we're all checked in. I think we are, but yeah. So I want to do some things. Step 1, see now we don't necessarily know ahead of time how many members there are going to be. Here we allocate an array that's this long. We don't actually know about that. So, because each of these members, the way overloads are stored right now is there's a thing that says overload head, and then it's got next pointers on it. And so we have to do a pass to count them all. Here's what I would do. Let's do this. Because we don't know how many members there are necessarily, as there may be overloads and those only show as one item in the top level members array, and we don't store the total member count on the struct, but we could do that. We do one pass where we export all the members and overloads one at a time, then putting them into a local array. Then we poke the resulting array into that data, point at that data. Okay, this isn't going to be that hard, I hope. Okay, so here we go. We're going to do this. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is not try to fix the bug yet. I'm just going to change the way the allocation works. So I'm going to go Okay. So allocate static pointer array it just sets data and count, right? So result members.count equals exported.count result member, let's call it exported members. Result members.data equals exported members.data, and we're probably going to need a cast there. So here we're going to go okay, see, we can't export into a temporary pointer because we might defer the export and hold on to the pointer. Can this happen here? Therefore, we pre-add a null pointer and then overwrite it. Yay. Oh shit. We can't fucking do that either. Okay, this actually is hard. Because again, if we resize the array, the pointers move, and there's a thing, right? I'll show you. The reason we do result pointer is we might add that to a deferral list and come back to it later. All right. So we need, okay, everything I said here is a little bit wrong during that. We would like to do one pass, but we can't even do that since we might defer the export and hang on to the pointer, which means we can't resize the array in the middle of this operation. So what we really, so we need to do a first pass where we just count and collect the overloads, then another pass where we export. Okay, so this actually, it's not going to come out that different. It's just a little bit more annoying. Okay, so I'm going to delete that. I'm going to delete that. We're going to put this. Okay. So one of these days we'll get the order right. Okay, so here we go. Do export? No. So, right, that's why I'm so confused. This goes down here. For source members, if it overload head, we do something else. Exported members dot add it. Okay, this is ast scope entry. Okay, so if it's an overload head, wait, what? Isn't it called overload head? Apparently not. Overload list. Oh, it's a frickin' array. I think overload list includes itself. I haven't done this in a while. Something like that. This is sus. Because we don't check for uniqueness here, we might add the same thing via overload in the other clause of this if and have a duplicate. Can that happen? If so, we could only do this if we flag that we saw overloads inside a struct, which is rare. Sure is rare. Okay, hold on. So exported member. This is not exported members. Members to export. Okay. Members to export. Members to export. Okay. So now we do this. Members array. We know how many there are. Here we say this. Okay. Took us a while to get there. Add if unique is not. Dude. All right. Add. It's add unique, not add if unique. Okay. Ta-da, member count 2. Member count 2. Hopefully that didn't make us horrifically slow. Fixed. Fixed code nodes in message. Type checked, not telling you about different overloads of a procedure if inside a struct. Okay. Yeah, I could. Yeah, people are talking about Dogecoin. We all like our Doge coins. Allow people to buy Silcombine with Doge. Doge. Um, the thing is, we don't run any of the storefronts. You would have to talk to Gabe about that. Ask Gabe about the Doge. Okay, we want to make a test for this. So the thing this is missing is we want to do that, and then we won't get an error. There we go. Now this member count okay. So tests, regression, exported overloads. SVN add. All right. Commit. Boom. Great. Great. I mean, you guys know that if there was Gabe coin, some people would want it. I mean, that's obvious. Am I using the underscore feature yet? No. I mean, I'm programming in C++ right now. That ain't got no underscore feature. Okay, but this is great. Build's passing. Okay, so now do I take a break and do some gaming? The let's at least look at the other bug that I queued up. See what it is. Is this something we want to work on? Comparison between any's. I don't think we should support that right now. Yeah, so we're asserting. Oh. We're asserting because we're returning false. Um, let's see what are we outputting as the... So the equality... I just want to put that on its own line so we know the line number. Line 8. Yeah, we're basically comparing the pointers of the two things, which is not correct, right? That's never, yeah. Okay. So I think that's just a hole in our checking. Boom. What if I make, I don't think greater than or equal will work. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that turned out to be an easy clap, hopefully. Fix the compiler not correctly reporting an error if you to compare two values of type any using equal or not equal. Okay, that is you know, we have names for betas sometimes. When you do bitwise ops on any no, it'll just say can't support, right? So all that passed. Yeah. It's just there was a double equal and not equals are a little bit special because they're supported by almost everybody. Whereas other operators have checks. Is this a number type, right? Or a string or whatever, right? And equal and not equal don't have those checks in the same way. All right. Tests fails any comparison. Now, whenever we have fails, we have to tell it what the error is because we're testing the error message as well. Any comparison, and this should fail, and we want cannot be compared. Okay, did we add that to source control? We're running a lot of tests tonight, but we're just doing it. Boom. I familiar with MLIR? I mean, I talked to him about it for a little bit. I was not convinced that it's a good idea. Right? I mean, I think Chris told me about it when I met him at a conference in like early 2020. And it's just I just don't feel like that's a thing. This whole like the compiler is smarter than you and can optimize so much better than you isn't real. So, you know, but you know, I'm not very familiar with MLIR in practice. So I don't actually know. All right. We take the W on that. Look at all this. We just shipped a beta yesterday, I think. Is today the 21st? Just shipped a beta yesterday. We got all this value, dude. And I even slacked today because I was in a bad mood. Still got all this stuff done. See? That was the magic of streaming. My Elon number is 3. No, my Elon number is 2. Wait. Also, Chris worked for Elon. So my Elon, it would go, Chris doesn't have to go through Lex Friedman to have a degree of separation from Elon. I'm sure he was personally interviewed by him. No, I know several people. I've met and hung out with several people who have worked directly for Elon at various times. I could name names. He wanted Swift to be used at Google and Tesla for everything. That would be a mistake. That would be a mistake. Yeah, because he wasn't there for very long, I assume it was one of those things where it's just, it wasn't a good fit between what the ideas were on each side, right? Um, okay. I think I'm going to finally try and play this monster clicking game. So I think we are now going to become a pro gaming stream. If you could handle that. Would I go to the All In Summit? I don't know. I probably not. It depends. Like if I knew people that were going that I wanted to kind of hang out with, I would go. But it's not really. It's not really my scene. and I don't know. I mean, I have a weird, like, I like listening to the All In podcast because it's the only thing like that. But to be honest, like my particular life path, I chose a very different thing than what all those guys chose, right? Because okay, it's hard just to build a business, especially one that makes, billions of dollars a year, right? Public company or whatever. Um, and it's a totally legitimate pursuit to be doing that and to be following this theory of capitalism that you're contributing value, which is why you're making all that money, right? And that's not totally true, but it is kind of true, right? This is where all the like teenage high school diary goths get it wrong. Um, like capitalism, that part of the theory of capitalism is true enough that it has created tremendously prosperous societies for us, right? So that's all fine. It's just not what I chose to do with my life. And I kind of, a lot of the companies that those guys have done, I don't totally respect because I'm like, fucking like like Saks, for example, does a bunch of stupid ass SaaS companies. I don't think any of those are very interesting. Um, in fact, I think you can look at them very cynically as, uh, they're just trying to middleman something that didn't used to have a middleman, and so they're actually leech companies in a way, right? They're making by turning software from a thing that runs on a client into SaaS, you're making it less reliable, slower. Um, in event of civilizational instability, it will instantly stop working. Um, and you have all these privacy and security issues and all that stuff, right? But you make money off it by standing in the middle. And um, so I just don't, I kind of don't respect most of their companies, right? There are some exceptions to that. But so like I wouldn't go to a conference where everybody thinks that those are the great companies, right? Because it's like, no, I don't feel that way. Um, yeah, that's it. But at the same time, I'm not saying that like what they're doing is totally fine. I'm glad that they've done well at it, right? I mean, it's been the last year to 2 years has been pretty hard, but they've done well overall anyway. Um, and I hope they continue to do well, and all that's great. It's just not me, right? But I do listen to that part of the podcast sometimes because I do run a company and I do have to think about business. I do listen to that part of it um, as just a way of keeping it real a little bit. Um, but yeah, at the same time, I wouldn't, you know, yeah, I just don't. They have good takes on current events. A lot of the time they do. The problem there is that it just turns into J Cal yelling at Sax, and I fucking hate that. Like I have to. There have been a couple of episodes where I just quit listening because J Cal is like, you know, yeah, I don't know. You know what I'm talking. If you listen to the podcast, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Since it's been like a week since Diablo 4 came out, I bet I have to download like a 500 gigabyte patch, right? Wait, do I not? There it is. Summer sale. Crypt Hunter pack. Hell yeah, I could buy horse armor, guys. $200 megabytes. That's just the launcher. Then it's going to download the main thing, probably. The other thing to say when I say I don't respect most of the companies those guys are working on, it's a weird thing because, like, I don't respect most companies, right? The reason I do what I do in this small corner of the world is because I'm trying to make things that are good. When I perceive, especially having to do with computers, that most people just don't seem to make things that are very good, right? And because I like computers and find them so interesting, we're reclaiming space now. Because I like computers and find them so interesting, I just want them to be, I want computers to be the good version of computers, and people are making them into the stinky old socks version of computers, and that's not good. And so I don't respect most software companies that actually make products, right? But that's not the same as saying those companies don't contribute net positive, meaningful things to the world. I think a lot of them do, right? On net, they do because we're doing pretty okay in the world right now when we don't decide to manufacture viruses and pretend like we're not invading Russia, right? So, you know, it's all fine. It's just not what I want to be doing. Just copying the motions and planned and exit. Yeah. No, I know. That's what, dude, that's the thing is once the pipeline, like all of these things in Silicon Valley, for example, the early startup founders in any particular wave tend to be competent and know what they're doing because it's not a popular thing to be doing at that time. But once that conveyor belt gets going and you have this thing where people just kind of get out of college and they go to the startup accelerator and then they just want to be in the pipeline and go. I mean, the expectations for quality are obvious at that point, right? We're invading Russia. We've been invading Russia since the 1990s. It's just very slow. What is happening? Unable to change display mode. What is happening? Queued for login. Now we're in another queue. Adjust the brightness. Continue. No, how do we make that go away? Screen reader. What? No.
In it.
Oh shit. Okay. Text to speech. This is some accessibility thing. No! I don't want any of this. I'm a cis male. Game's pretty loud. Everybody always says that. I always turn it down. Look at how low it is. It's minus 300,000 decibels.
guide myself to thy sacred light. Blessed Akrat, thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides me.
Quiet.
Thou my path is wrought of darkness.
Shut up. They have our scent. Run!
That's the opening cinematic for a quadruple A.
Just keep running.
This game has 4 anuses.
Are you out of your mind? He's not going to make it.
He has to.
Blessed Akrat, thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides
Look at me! All the gold we want is right there.
No, I just came here for knowledge.
Cast a fucking healing spell. This is Diablo.
I know.
Guys, everybody has 17,000 healing potions in Diablo.
Get us through the
How is this a fucking cutscene? Just drink the red potion. Did they not bring any red potions?
Oh, light help me. By 3 they come. By 3 thy way opens. Blood shows. This doesn't make any sense. Blood. Blood is the key. Blood is the key!
What?
I need 2 of you!
No, go! I'll hold them! Go!
So, it says the blood of the willing goes...
You gotta be kidding me!
That's a lot of fucking blood right there, guys.
Ah, it worked!
That guy was about to die a second ago.
already.
He gave 17 pints of blood. Why are these cutscenes so bad?
It's a shame he didn't make it. Oh well, cheer up. Gold splits better 3 ways instead of 4.
Must be hidden here somewhere.
Read this.
By 3 they come, by 3 thy way opens, by the blood of them willing. Hail. Hail the Creator. Oh, hail the daughter of... Oh no. No.
What about the coin? What's it say?
This is forbidden. This is a summoning. I cannot speak.
Don't lie to me!
We came here for treasure. What is this place?
I don't know. Maybe it's a temple. Or a tomb, or...
It's a gate. And blood is the key.
Blessed Akrat, Thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides me. Though my path is wrong to paradise, guide my soul to thy sacred ways.
All right. See, now I have to pick. Okay. In general, in Diablo games, you get swarmed by monsters, and you need big area of effect spells, right? That's how these games work. Question is, do like Barbarian and Rogue have big magical particle effect spells, or do they suck and I should pick these other? Because you never can melee it. We'll be the strong female character. No, we won't. Fuck that. We'll be the Witcher. Hardcore. We're not going to do hardcore. I mean, I'm not a new Diablo player, but I haven't played it in a long time.
Sanctuary was never meant for humankind. It was forged as a refuge from the war between the high heavens and the burning hells. Instead, it became a new battleground in this eternal conflict. A secretive group called the Haradrim has kept mortals safe. But now this once powerful order is a husk of what it was, and Sanctuary's ancient creators have returned to claim the hearts of humankind. This is the story of their downfall.
If this were even a movie in the cinema, it would already be boring. That horse was a dick. This is so boring. It's a Diabler. And the idea of release date. We have internal ideas of release dates, but nothing public yet.
I should find better shelter before I freeze.
Low on life? No, I'm not. Can I, like, get inside the wargs like Luke Skywalker?
Road's blocked. Should clear up when the storm has passed.
Do I get warmth?
Another abandoned town.
Demons. Everywhere. Fangs in the dark.
Let me in, please.
Bit me!
Careful! He's a wild one.
Who's even saying these things? Is this flaming barrel not good? I just want to hang out there. Am I throwing knives at the barrels? What's happening? Can I, like... Why is this... How do I make that fucking go away? I got pants. Dude, an Arctic bear, holy shit. He had 8 gold pieces. I love it when Arctic bears have 8 gold pieces, dude. I am playing the advanced world tier that is not for beginners. How is my guy missile attacking? Why couldn't he do that before? Hail, travelers.
What's it to you?
Come, I'll explain. There is evil staring in the ruins to the north. That poor monk back there must have gone inside.
The guy from the cutscene.
Even a holy man like him was driven mad by whatever he saw. We'll do what we can for him. Might have to keep him in the shed for now, though. He tried to bite off Osman's fingers.
If Devmir's taking up all the space by the fire, just...
Fire's looking good. But I should...
The woods around here are dangerous.
Oh, I have a Harry Potter wand. That's way better than the bullshit he's trying to sell me. Speak with Vani.
I know.
I fucking did speak with Vani.
Could you protect us from whatever is out there? We have nowhere else to...
There is evil.
Truly?
I just exploded. Frostbolt, spank. I can spank enemies. Firebolt. I mean... that's a lot of damage. Is that automatic? Like, how does that work? Can I not carry this? When not at max capacity, I see. Is this active? Okay. So I guess I was doing like default nothing attack before. I was doing placebo attack. Zuckerberg agreed to fight Elon. Dude, Elon is fucking toast in that kind of a match. Zuck would pwn him, dude. Like, I just clicked and everybody died. Okay, oh, I have points. Can I upgrade this again? I guess that's only one extra point or something. Elon grew up around traffic. Like, Zuck's been training jujitsu. Just a trained fighter versus an untrained fighter. It doesn't fucking matter. The trained guy wins. Like, that's just how it is. It doesn't matter what other properties the untrained person has. Why is he got a putrid? Can I like Elden Ring dodge roll, please? Space, oh, I can.
I need time to prepare that.
Zuck's not necessarily super advanced in jiu-jitsu, but he has been training, so it's just, yeah, it's... Where did I leave these potions? Did the potions disappear? I feel like they did. Fuck you, game. They're gone. If you don't pick them up, they're gone. These monsters are fucking wimps. I just wave my Harry Potter wand at them and they die. Fuck you, buddy. Stop revenanting. I'm level 4. That's great. I bet Frostbolt would be good on Fiery Collins. I kind of want a WASD move around. Dude, I want some treasure chests. Okay, Frostbolt sucks. It's a gate.
I need time to prepare that.
Wow. I was trying to move and I couldn't because I was clicking on an accident. What was... I don't understand what happened. It cracked my health. This guy's like Joe Cross, dude. This guy's like the diversity hire boss. So Arc Lash is for groups of dudes, I guess. I like wasn't even really trying to fight there. I was just doing whatever, because who cares? I have no points. I don't know what item power is. Fundamental relic skull. Oh, dude, this is way more skull. It's insanely more skull than I have. Dude, the game is already... I'm already OP, and it's fucking multiplying my damage by 3. Turn on hard mode. I did. I picked World Tier 2, which was the highest it would give me. I don't know if it goes up to like World Tier 107. Spacebar on items to mark them as trash. Oh, these are different things. Hold on. I see. Okay. Is this a town portal? It's a cutscene port? Yeah. Oh. I didn't necessarily want to leave yet, but...
You've returned.
The old ruins are clear. Your town should be safe now.
Truly. Ha! By the light,
Truly,
you are
such a
heaven
stud.
sent. Oh, I'm so sorry. We haven't any coin to offer. But we have hot stew, good company, and...
Stay for a pint.
Wash out the taste of the stew.
We'd be honored if you'd join us.
To our savior.
They drugged his drink. They're evil. You don't, like, a person is not that fucking heavy. It is easier to pick the person up and carry them than wheel them on this bullshit cart. Whoever made this cutscene has never carried a person. Some of the classes are very large. Okay, I guess if he was a giant mega barbarian.
By mother's blood.
Dude, I lift people
My
all the
mother's
time
body.
when dancing.
So
I know how heavy
shall
people
you
are.
witness
It's
her
not that
glory
hard.
before you die.
Lost souls!
It's fucking boring, dude. Why is that guy standing there? He's like charmed for some reason.
You are blessed like us now.
That was all of them. Light willing.
Okay, what's the mission?
Madman. I came to my what? The key?
Blood petals. Like the ones I was fed. Is this real?
How does he know that he was fed blood petals? This game has so much
Shameful.
in this, guys.
Our Father has granted you a path to salvation. And yet, you stray from it at every opportunity. You drink and gamble. You covet and steal. Shameful.
Sin is their birthright. My children. The lords of hell
Wood is
are
pretty
coming
heavy.
to devour our world. Salvation lies not in the light, but in you. The faith has taught you to deny your heart's desire and turned you into a prisoner within yourself. Break the chains. And
You came to thank the light. You collapsed inside. I dragged you here. What happened?
I saw a vision. A horn.
Help them.
Yes. She called them her
Mother.
I must listen. There is a hermit to the northeast. Bring
It's
him
always
to...
great to recap what people just saw in dialogue. You know what I'm saying? .107 XP, that's not a very good stat boost. Oh. Dexterity +2. I gotta hide these gloves. I'm frost bolting the Arctic Bear. I've got Dungeons and Dragons Fiend Folio. So like I figured Frostbolt would not be very good on Arctic Bear, but that is not the logic. I was kind of a dick to those deers. They never did anything to me. It's a shame they killed the Magicka franchise, because that would be a lot better if you were like Magicka dudes in this game. I'm like not even bothering with my stat points. Yeah, Helldivers 2 I'll try, but like Magicka had some problems, but it was a pretty good idea fundamentally, you know? What is this gold area? Great, I can pick blueberries, dude. The hollow tree is a barrel. I have so many blueberries. That wasn't a tunic. How is that Strider's tunic?
Is anyone here?
Diablo. Don't know where the tunic
Get
is.
back here.
Short fangs. Young. Freshly turned.
There's vampires. This guy's a vampire hunter. He thinks I might be a vampire, but I'm not. He's like, why the fuck? Why are you digging through all my vampire hunter
If you're
shit?
going to trespass into my home, rifle through my things, then at least have the decency to join me for supper. I'm bloody hungry.
That is not what you would say to someone who just broke into your house.
I wish it wasn't true, but it is. Why did I have that vision?
Thank those friendly villagers. They gave you the blood of Lilith.
The blood of a demon?
Not just any demon. The daughter of hatred. The mother of sanctuary. She was banished ages ago. But this world is her creation. It was prophesied she would come back.
What does she want?
That's the question. Sanctuary has always been trapped amid the eternal conflict. A war between angels and demons.
We have 6 out of 7 answers. Why did he need to trap deer way the fuck over there? There's like a million deer.
It's close to the city. The evil is spreading.
Dude, I got an iron chunk. I got iron chunk. Oh, it's this guy. I got iron chunks.
I'd love to see your way.
I should probably like spend my skill points and stuff.
The angel in our... Well, he's when he learns that Lilith is Eldrag the Whole. Let's not linger. Kiyovershad lies just ahead.
I'd probably rather have the intelligence. Dude. +7 willpower, fuck yeah, bro. The Fiend Folio. We don't need the Fiend Folio. My name is Fiend Holio. 140 armor. How much is 7 willpower? 19. 7 is a lot. But this has a lot more armor. I'll keep it in case I find poison guys. Willpower. Oh, I don't give a shit about any of that right now. I'd rather have this. Right? Fuck that. Fuck that. Like, it's such a small fucking thing. Worth buying a spell that costs mana for more damage. Well, we'll do that.
Hold. To enter the city, you must
We have no time for this.
You must answer these questions 3.
To enter Kyovashad, you must...
How dare you!
Just let him through, lad. I've tried for years to...
Fine.
I'll meet you inside.
Take a piece of holy cedar wood from the shrine and inscribe it with the sin which troubles you. Then cast it into the brazier. As the fire burns the wood, so too will the...
Fear.
Fear is the mind killer.
Good. You must feel as though a great... Welcome to...
So, what did you write on that piece of wood? Something about fear or cowardice, perhaps? Well, it matters little, I suppose. I'm off to the Dry Steppes in search of that pale man from your vision. I must know, but first I need... cracked hooves, sway back, cloudy eyes.
Find somewhere else to get warm. I was here first.
I'm just trying to buy a thing. Hello, potion man. Take me by the hand. Requires level 10. I can't talk to Potion Man yet.
Ah, so the old man's finally... Knowing him, if he wants his weapon...
20 gold pieces. How many do I have? 2,000. I think I could afford it.
Wait. The old man sold me this too. He said he didn't need it anymore, but I think he'd want it back all the same. No charge.
Sold you what? What are you talking about? Wait, all the things went away. There was wands. What the fuck?
Dark days upon us. You need a proper weapon.
He had a bunch of wands. Or some shit. I don't know. Maybe I was talking to the armor guy. How do I sell? Sell all junk. Boom. I mean, it's not really worth spending money on these because I'm going to find something better pretty quickly.
Father,
so, like,
keep you.
there's a quest tab in the inventory. Quest. That's what I bought. So I don't know what the other item is. There's an amulet. Ah. Oh, dude, it's Breath of the Wild thing. I touched grass. Yeah, I've played video games before. I know about fast travel. Jesus.
Apologies.
He also gave me this amulet. Sounds like he could help us.
But don't forget about the cathedral. They'll be expecting you, and they might...
You're not coming with me.
Sometimes our paths in life are set to collide.
I did turn on the tutorial.
We just don't know it. Whether it is by accident or fate's hand, there is nothing we can do about it. Or some greater power, but the...
Yo, Oscar.
Trust your mount with us. Father's oath.
Theme pre-order. Let's go talk to Idania. Maybe she's hot. 420.
Yes, well, Bozan has yet to... Perhaps you...
Monk Bozo. She's not hot. Ring. Locked. Requires level 10. Bullshit. I have no other fast travels, Holios. The undiscovered country.
I cannot do that here.
So somehow Frostbolt hurts the Frostwings. So that's great. Apparently, elementalness doesn't fucking matter. Literally did not care at all. Oh, I could have used that. I feel like my game's like lagging all over the place for some reason. These guys are chumps. Oh, my holy arrows are gone. Found pants. Oh, it's the ancient. They didn't defend their ancient, guys. They failed to defend the ancient. They should have just called this game Monster Clicking. Uh-oh, I got froze. Alright, they didn't defend that ancient either. I exploded. Oh, balls. Did I get O balls? Pressing spacebar. It says spacebar to climb down. Oh, I'm not level 7. You have to be at least this tall. Why is the map key no? Oh, because I'm in the place. Gosh, it sure is good that they're preventing me from going to the level 7 area, which I'm sure would just be too hard. They're not preventing me? I tried to go down the thing. It wouldn't let me go down the thing. What do you mean they're not preventing me? Oh, I had the chat open. Right. Okay, that explains. Stop defending the ancient. I got some blueberries. Oh, there's a thing up there. Well, we'll go down and unlock this and then go there. Okay, what do we got? Magic boots. Hell yeah. We got less good boots. We got Fiend Folio. That sucks. Wait, it's 98 item power. Doesn't seem that good though. I'm playing Gauntlet. Got the deer. Own that deer, dude. Yeah, I just want to unlock the one that's south, is what I'm saying. Otherwise I have to go all this way again. Did I go in a dungeon? Dude, the cottage is infested. So this Fiend Folio says it's a lot better, but it doesn't look better. I don't believe it. I think that is bullshit. Harmonious Initiate's pants. Fuck yeah, dude. It's an offhand weapon. Okay, I don't... That's too smarty pants for me. I don't know what that's all about. I don't like this infestation.
My soul. Please. Take it back from them. Let it end.
click on the monsters and they die. Okay, that's how this game works. If you had clicked on the monsters, they wouldn't be feeding on your soul, would they? No. Because you would have clicked on them. But you just didn't do that. So fuck you, buddy. I should actually try dodging and shit.
I'm not ready yet.
Bro! There's a lot of spiders in here, if I'm being honest. Is someone like spawning? Is it? What is even happening? There's so many things exploding. No, please, what? The spiders are gone. That's what you wanted. I got Magnus Carlsen's wand. 1.2 attacks per second. Okay, that's way better. But I'm gonna become dumb. I'm gonna become a stupid idiot. Wand plus Fiend Folio? How does that work? Do I still attack the same way? I don't have to like do some akimbo shit? Some Kimbo Slice shit? Those are quite beefy looking bows for things that don't hit. So, I believe I read that this game is auto-scaled, right? Which I hate in games, by the way, but like... Does that mean that this is going to be the difficulty level all the way through? Because it's auto-scaled? Like, what are we talking about here? Strider, hear you. I have to get used to the holding shift thing. Oh dude, there's another dude named Gandalf, the Sorcerer of Light. What the fuck is happening on my screen? Somebody hide those boots. Donald Trump is going to fire me because I haven't approved his account. Dude, I got grave dust. Traps in the ground. Hell yeah, brother. What is happening? Ow, dude. Chill, bro. Uncle Fester. Bro, holy arrows. Hell yeah, brother. Just in time for the spiders. Bloodthirsty skeleton. Holy arrows not phasing that guy. Xenius Publisher. Go Xenius Publisher. I don't even know what's going on. Like half the time I kind of can't move. Because maybe there's some status effect or something. Good thing we defeated Gozenius Publisher. Okay. Hey. Oh wait, there's a monster. Am I supposed to buy further out on the skill tree? Because I feel like I'm just wasting skill points. Guys, I sure am clicking on monsters tonight. If nothing else, we have an accurate stream title. Is it that I kind of can't attack while I'm in that region? Wow, I'm gonna be full up. Look at all these boots. This is like Boots R Us that we stumbled into. Why is my 101 item power sell value of 1200 and the other one has a sell value of 245? Is shadow resistance extra good? Nope. Fundamental Studley Staff. But that's even two-handed, right? That. Can't tell where I'm going already. Yeah. Yeah. Rawhide. Ride him out, cut him in. Cut him in, ride him out, ride him out. Cut him in, rawhide. I mean, I feel like I'm missing something. Wait, what? Really? Oh, that's the entrance. I see. It just has a quest marker because I have a quest on the overworld. 10 gold. Oh shit. Oh, I got locked in like Elden Ring, dude. Bro. Not Elden my ring so far. I'm vulnerable. Stop elding my ring! Couldn't dodge. I need time to prepare that. Dude, I can get more healing potions. I've got divine weapons.
It's locked.
But there's no monsters. Dude, my divine weapons are running out. There's no monsters. Were they for that one guy? I guess so. That was to keep me from running past that one guy that I stomped. Dude. Oh, engine make noise, motherfucker. I should probably care more about what I'm doing. But bro, I can't move. Fuck. I guess that's spider webs. Okay, now I'm in trouble because I didn't get that potion upgrade. And now I'm out of health. And Nancy Broodguard has like 5 final forms left. I also didn't spend my skill points. Alright, I should try harder. Bro! Ah! I just can't, like, I can't move, right? So I guess I have to engage all those guys from range. So, like, okay, let's spend our skill points and, like, this would have been better to buy these, by the way. Left side of the tree is... Wait, what? Oh, shit! I didn't even know about any of this. I thought it was just this. Right click to unbuy. Okay. Okay, what do we got here? Incinerate. Oh, I see. This is all I could do in the beginning. But now I can, like, pivot. Oh, I have to spend 2 up here. Dude, it's the blood. Okay. So now I can do big boy things. How much manas do I have? 100. So I can't really do a lot of... But the... Great, my mouse is running out of battery. So those spells don't look that good relative to my other spells. Like... $29 damage like, this does 42. That doesn't seem that bad, though. Refunding skill points cost gold. Oops. Okay. Okay, so I cast this when I want to do something gnarly. Yeah, I know. I saw that. I don't know why. I mean, I guess we'll try all of these. Okay, so how does this is just too many skills to remember and whatever the fuck. Right? Like, this is gonna kind of be ass. Bro, I should go back to town and get the upgrade. It's over there. No, I didn't want to take that. Why am I stuck? You are vulnerable.
I'm not ready yet.
Bro, this sucks. I can't move. Why is it? The controls for this game are ass, okay? The attacking and moving being on the same buttons is like fucking bullshit. no healths. Oh, it's the webs on the ground. They don't... I see. I'm supposed to dodge those. It's hard to tell because the graphics are very low effort. Fucking... Alright, I get it. Alright. I barely used any mana. Yeah, but I haven't used these skills ever. Like, of course I fucking didn't. Yeah, I hate the controls. Like, the spider web thing, the fact that I went that long without understanding what was going on is very frustrating. But I at least understand that now.
Well struck.
Alright. Fuck it. Hey look, I even had... Okay, that would have helped. If only I'd realized I had that. I guess I got that off the dude. That would have helped. That would have helped, I guess. Although, shadow resistance, I don't know, seems like it's a valuable scenario. Determined Fiend Folio, Remedial Relic Skull. Yeah, these are crap. That's not crap. You can rebind force move to a mouse key. What is force move? Like, I just want to move with WASD. That's all I want to fucking do. The mouse move just sucks. I hate it. Because I stop moving. Sometimes I stop moving because I'm attacking guys. Sometimes I stop moving because I'm attached to a spider web, right? And yeah, you get what I'm saying. Yeah, these are very expensive for things that aren't going to matter. Okay, how do I get the upgrade at the Alchemist? Where's the Alchemist? Okay, hold on. Let's do our quests. Let's talk to Vladislav Zizek.
For 100 generations, the new militia...
I will handle it.
Let's have a look at you. Look, you live or die by the quality.
Oh, I guess I could have done this instead of selling. Like, why, at the rate that you get new shit in this game, why would I ever upgrade anything? Like, I kind of don't get it.
Well, you certainly have the look of some extra material. I'll not leave these rooms.
I thought I would get more charges, but I don't. It just heals a lot more, so that's good. I was very close to central services. Alright, my dude is not that much more powerful. So maybe I just have to get good. I guess you really do have a lot of mana. Like, that comes back pretty fast. I was thinking it wouldn't recharge. Oh shit, okay. That's good to know. I was just tapping it. Doesn't do jack shit to the spider though. Need some life steal. This spell sucks. Doesn't do anything. That one's better. Yeah, I am really not having fun because there's all these fucking keys now that I don't know what they do. And like, I'm just hammering the keys at random times. And then I didn't hit Q at the right time, so I died. It's like... It's not... I'm not having a good time. Choose one spell. If I choose one spell, I don't get the cooldown. I'm using rank 1 spells. Yeah, but it's only like a 10% difference. And now it's going to delete all my fucking items because I've died a few times. So can I like sell this even though I used it to buy? No. Okay. Incinerate sucks. Although it was good against the little guys, it just sucked on the boss. Frozen orb. See, there's just all this shit And I don't care about any of it, and I don't know how good it is relative to each other. So, like... Okay. So that's about the best I can do and get this. Multiple from the third. I can't really get... What does immune mean? Cannot be damaged. I mean, that sounds good. Doesn't that sound better than... Fuck! I mean, the vulnerable seems good, though. I guess I can just put 2 points in there, which is better, right? And then... And then... So I could either get both of these. This is probably a lot better. My bindings changed. What do you mean? Obviously. What I'm already pissed off. Why did that stun me? Okay, the boot means the boots are not made for walking and I can't do it. Fuck! I hate this. This boss sucks, dude.
Low on precious mana.
I hate it. Why am I stunned? I'm so far from everything.
Out of mana once again. Any time to mana.
I didn't mean to use that! I was trying to move. Fuck. Okay. Actually, not having the melee sucks. Not having the melee is terrible. Dude, this is the worst. Okay, so on the one hand, this is an interesting moment, right? Because the game has been way too massively easy, and now it's harder, and now I have to like figure out how to fight this boss. But the cliff is so steep, right? It's like I didn't have to think about literally anything the entire game. And now it's like impossible and frustrating because I can't move the whole time, right? So it's making me angry. That's not a good, like, if you're designing a game, first of all, I don't think the cliff should ever be that high, right? But secondly, if you do intentionally, as a design thing, make the cliff high at a point, you want it to not feel like that fight. You want it to feel like, you know, Doom 2016 or whatever, where you're very mobile and you're able to act as a player because the thing is a test of your ability to act. And here it's just fucking freezing me all the time. I can't move. I don't know why I can't move, because like sometimes I'm successfully dodging the poison and I'm like 2 radii away from them and I still get stunned. So like I don't even know what's happening. So it's kind of a bad encounter in that way. The webs are super hard to see. Yeah, I don't like, they feel like background, I guess, too. Was I actually stepping on webs? Maybe I was. It's not fun at all. I hate it. I'm really not having a good time on that. So maybe I'll just leave and go do something else. The problem is now my spells all suck and I hate them. Like, I liked having the melee a lot more, actually. Despite everybody in chat saying, don't use melee, don't use melee, it was a lot better. Anyway, I mean, I'm not... So even when the game was easy, I really wasn't having fun. So I might be done with it. Like you kind of know what the game is, right? It's the same thing as before, where you're just upgrading your gear and you're doing the to-do list, right? So I kind of don't think there's a reason to keep playing. Unless people think there is, like... I like the little spell icons down there. They look good. I like the style of them. Those are pretty well done. Yeah, I just don't... like these spells don't make that much sense to me. Like the Magicka flame beam that I just got, that costs a lot of mana, it like doesn't really do anything. It didn't really do anything at level 1, and then I put it at level 2, and it still doesn't really do anything. It's like my old melee was way better than that. So kind of what I would need for this encounter is to figure out whatever, you know, some of these spells are chain lightning-y, right? And I forget which ones they are. So like maybe those, I don't know. Why do I think it's not fun? Because there's nothing to do, really, except try to beat this hard boss that's frustrating because I can't move, right? That's not fun. And then the rest of the game has been too easy, which also, it's just not that interesting. Like, oh cool, I'm clicking on skeletons and they're dying, right? So you have to, for that to feel fun, you have to kind of really buy into like, oh, I feel powerful because the skeletons are dying, which I don't because I've played a lot of video games, right? Or you got to be hyped about getting the new items, which I'm not. I think that's kind of a pointless thing, actually. So there hasn't really been anything yet that makes me enjoy the game. You know? Flame Beam is the worst spell of this class. Well, yeah, it sure seems that way. Sure seems that way. Monk Bozo wants me to go to Menestad. Yeah, I mean, I would rather play a different RPG than this, I guess, is what I'm saying. We might try it again later. I don't know. We'll see. You know, I'll sleep on it. I'll see how I feel about it. But it does have a lot of anus in the game design. All right. Well, we finally played that, at least. I've had it for like 2 weeks or whenever it came out. Yeah, I agree with the not caring about loot. Like, there's something in some RPGs where you go for a long time using a certain weapon and you get used to it and you put some gems in the gem sockets and you really invest in it. And then one day you find something like way better. That's cool, right? And it feels like progress and it feels interesting. But in games like this, or like Borderlands, for example, which are just trying to randomly give you all this loot churn all the time, yeah, I don't care about any of it because it's just constant micro updates that, you know, the gameplay is supposedly about weighing off what's better and what's not, but you almost never really care, right? And I just feel like I'm being manipulated by that game design, right? I don't feel like I'm playing anything. Ever play the Stalker series? I did play the original Stalker back in the day. I haven't played any of the recent things. Yeah, there's just something, every element of this game feels like a generic product where people are filling in the blanks from the previous game, right? That's the other issue with it. Like, really nothing about it feels like it was made by somebody who had passion for the thing they were making. And you can sort of feel that in it, you know. But I'm sure a lot of people bought the game. And I definitely have heard a lot of complaints about it, but, you know, I'm sure a lot of people like it too. It's just not totally my thing, that's all. I don't want to buy horse armor either. All right. Thanks, everybody. We may do some more streaming tomorrow or something. Who knows? But I'm happy with the compiler progress we made today. That was good. All right. Bye-bye.